Test, test. Good morning and welcome to the Colorado State Fair Market Goat Show. My name is Harrison Falborn and I will be your announcer for today. If you could, please stand and remove cover for a prayer and our national anthem. Lord, thank you for yet another great year to show here at the Colorado State Fair. Thank you for the families who have sacrificed and supported these exhibitors. Thank you for the livestock we have the pleasure of caring for throughout this year. Lord, thank you for this incredible community, and we also want to thank you for all of our volunteers, superintendents, and individuals that have made these shows possible. Thank you for all the blessings which you surround us with. We realize that it is only by your will and grace that we can experience all of it. Lord, we ask for safety throughout all of State Fair, as well as in our travels to and from home. We ask for a spirit of goodwill, grace, and gratitude be placed on our hearts. Lord, we also ask for a spirit of humility and surrender, so that all we do be for your honor and your glory. Lastly, we ask for guidance for our country, state, and above all, ourselves. Lord, we yield all of these things to you and pray them in Jesus' name. Amen. Now for our anthem, we have Maylee Allison from Hotchkiss, Colorado. Maylee is 16 years old. Take it away, Maylee.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Maylee, for a wonderful rendition. Before we start our show, we have some introductions and thank yous to hand out. Our superintendents, Wayne Miller and Leslie Hawley. For our webcast, Laddie and Landy Treehall will be handling that at ringsidelive.com. If you have family wanting to tune in, please tune in at ringsidelive.com. For our photography, Brittany Randall, Katie Pieper, and Beverly Englert are taking our photos both at the backdrop and in our arena. If you'd like to access photos or have professional photos done, please check beverlyenglert.com. Our sponsors for the show include Blue Ribbon Processing, the Colorado State Fair Board of Commissioners, CSU Animal Science Department, and specifically Dr. Keith Belk, as well as Search and Durafirm. Now For our judge, Barrett Carlisle from Leavenworth, Texas. Barrett grew up in Lubbock, Texas, showing sheep and goats. He went to Butler Community College and was a member of the livestock judging team that won Louisville. He later graduated from Kansas State University. He currently lives outside of Kansas City and owns Diamond Sea Livestock with his wife, Tara Settler. Thank you again, Barrett, and let's start the show. Now entering the ring is our first class of the day, Class 3301, the first class of our Market Goat Lightweight Division. Again, this is Class 3301, the first class of our Market Goat Lightweight Division.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and excited to work through your goats today. Always enjoy coming to the Colorado State Fair, enjoy the people here, and obviously a very good livestock state. And so it's certainly a pleasure to get to work through them. And this first class of goats is honestly a little hard to piece together in my mind. I think there's some quality represented. There's a lot of different types and kinds that you can really sink your teeth into and appreciate some parts and pieces to all of them. And if you want to shuffle them around, I'm not going to argue with you too much. So again, a little harder class to piece together and kick things off with this morning. But ultimately, I just think this class winner is, and I don't want to use the word complete on him and kind of minimize that goat in that regard, because I think he's very high quality. Ultimately, he probably doesn't blow you away in any one area relative to some of them that come behind him, but he's easily the most fault-free go in my mind. I think one that props up and gives you some look and some balance and some proportionality from the side. You get on top of him and handle those goats. He's probably not as overwhelming in terms of topside shape as the one that comes here in second, but I think's got enough, and I think is square enough and fresh enough at the top side of his skeleton, got enough dimension. Again, I just think that's a high-quality animal that's relatively hard to fault within this set of contemporaries, and the young lady does a very nice job of getting him put together and presented as well. If you just closed your eyes and handled the goats and placed this class based on handling quality, this one that comes here in two runs away with it and does so pretty handily. That's a big forerib and a big, fresh, square back in one who's absolutely perfect in terms of his loin edge and the way he handles on the front side of his hip. I like that thing a good deal in that regard. You back off of the goats, I think that's kind of where I got a little more problem with him. I just don't know if he ever really hits me with the extra balance and just eye appeal that I want. I wish his underline was just a little bit better, and I think that would help him balance just a nickel better in my eye. But I think in regards to skeleton, that's where I'd like to pick on him just a little bit. He's a little up and upright in his shoulder, a little forward in his knee, and then has the opposite problem off of his back leg. He's got a little longer shank in him, a little extra bend and curl to his back wheels, and just doesn't move quite as aesthetically pleasing for me. But again, in terms of skin and hide and handle quality, that one's absolutely dead on. The black-necked one that comes here in three is real close to being real good. He's got a little bitty skull, a cool neck, a short blade, and I think just in terms of foot and bone and hind leg assembly, that goat's very good. Obviously, he just doesn't hook up right behind his shoulder, and to me, it's pretty glaring. I think it's his first impression is just not quite good enough in terms of how he's assembled from his shoulder blade into his forerib and top line. If we could just smooth him up, make him a little better in terms of how he's constructed there, that goat can win this class pretty handily. When it comes here next, comes in with a lot of presence. Again, a good sculled one who's awfully proud and again hits you with a good first impression when he's in his natural state. I like that goat just when he's in motion. You prop him up, I think he's one that just reads a little more stilty in the way he's built up front. You get on top of the livestock, that's where he's got a little more problem within this class. A little flatter bodied, a little more closed up in terms of how he's constructed there in his forerib and the way he feeds out of the back of his shoulder. When it comes here next, in terms of just meat and potatoes, fundamental livestock, this goat's awfully good. Big-footed, sound structured, opened up. I think just in terms of having some volume of muscle, I think that goat's very good in that regard. You back off of him, he just hits me as a little plainer, a little shorter, thicker neck, a little more wrinkled up in terms of his hide. And when you get your hands on him, he's one that's probably the most disappointing of the top five in regards to just handle quality, shape, and freshness. I wish that one's just skin and hide, hair, handle quality. It was just a little bit better here. But again, good class, hard one to piece together. If you would, put your hands together for them as they head out.
Our placings from our first class, Class 3301 of our Market Goat Lightweight Division are as such. In 10th, Dakota Myers. In 9th, Olivia Zuber. In 8th, Jesselyn Maloof. In seventh, Jessime Pacheco. In sixth, Corbin Jaggers. In fifth, Alex Baumgartner. In fourth, Peyton Gould. In third, Mesa Becker. And in second was second in class, Casey Clark. And for our first in class, Casey Kwong. Congratulations. Now entering the ring. Now in the ring is our second class, Class 3302 of our Market Goat Lightweights. And a correction on placings from our previous class, Class 3301. Placings were as such. In ninth place, Dakota Myers. In eighth place, Olivia Zuber. In seventh place, Jesselyn Maloof. In sixth place, Jessime Pacheco. In fifth place, Corbin Jaggers. In fourth place, Alex Baumgartner. In third place, Mesa Becker. In second place for second in class, Casey Clark. And first in class, Casey Kwong. Thank you.
Another good class, a little harder again to piece together in terms of putting like types and kinds together within this class. I think you could all just nitpick them just a little bit, but again, I think there's some big time pieces represented, some quality up here at the top end that everybody should be commended with. I think this one that leads off with, I'm not going to sit here and convince you that he's just my speed in a perfect world, but I think within this class and within this set of contemporaries, he easily just puts the most positives together for me. I think you catch him at a rear three-quarter. Again, that one's chest width, forearm, body shape, squareness from behind is really just in a little different kind of league relative to everything else within this class. And I think when you back off the side of him and he gets him put together, I still think his balance and proportionality is plenty good enough within this class to go ahead and win this one. To me, he just reads to be a little quick in terms of his maturity curve. He gets a little more open in terms of his shoulder blade when he's in motion in his natural state. I wish he was just a little more tidy in terms of how he was pieced together up front on the move. But I think within this class, I think he wins fairly comfortably for me. One that comes here in second is just an awfully bulletproof type of livestock. I think got enough muscularity. He's smooth in the way he's put together. He's not just exotic in terms of how he's pieced together from the side, but I think everything fits and blends together, gives you a nice look. Relative to that winner, he's just too flat-bodied, and you go to the surface. I wish that goat was just a little bit stouter in terms of his rear leg and foot. But again, I think a goat that you get him out in motion, he's flexible, he's sound, he's got enough muscle relative to the ones that follow behind him within this lineup. He's just not quite as just overwhelming in terms of just width and muscularity when you get your hands on him as that class winner. If we never move the goats, this red leg one here in 3 can give you a nice look. He's tall-shouldered. He's tucked up in terms of his chest. I think his underlying progression is very, very good. And when you get your hands on him, that one feeds out of the back of his shoulder with just as truly square and as good of a shape down his back as any of them within this class. You can nitpick him just a little bit when we set him on the go. I think he's just too upright, and the way he's constructed up front gets a little more rigid and just not quite as aesthetically pleasing when he's in motion as some of them up here at the top end of this one. But again, when they're standing still and when you get your hands on them, there's a lot of good in that one there in 3. Same for to be said in the black-headed one here in 4, just in terms of shape, skin quality, expression. That one is awfully, awfully good. I think, again, that's another goat like we've talked. If you just close your eyes and handle him, that one wins this class arguably, because he is so good in that regard. You get out of that goat and you set him on the go. He's just not hooked up right from the top of his shoulder into his spine. I just wish that one didn't quite have as much deviation in terms of how he's constructed from the front 1/3 of his body to the rest of his body cavity. But again, there's a lot of good in that goat when you get your hands on him. When you back off of him, the one that comes here in 5 is awfully neat. I think just in terms of lines and just length of body, strength of top line, levelness, the way he's constructed there, I think is awfully, awfully good. He's just a little more two-dimensional in regards to how he's built. You get on top of him, get at a rear three-quarter. He's just too flat and too closed up underneath. But again, very good class. My compliments to another outstanding set of exhibitors. Put your hands together for him.
Now entering the ring will be our 3rd class of our lightweight division, Class 3303 of our Market Goat lightweight division. Placings from our previous class, our second class in the lightweight division, class 3302, are as such. In 10th, Judah Thatcher. In 9th, Sydney Berry. In 8th, Peyton Gould. In 7th, Colton Harris. Colton Hermes in 7th. In 6th, Whitney Schweitzer. In 5th, Brody Shreve. In 4th, Steele Gals. In 3rd, Riley Hinton. And in 2nd for second in class, Dylan Wagner. And in 1st, we have Sienna Rogers. Congratulations. Again, in the ring is class 3303, our third class of our lightweight division.
will probably sound a little bit like a broken record at this point, 3 classes in. But again, some challenge for me in piecing this class together, anywhere from second on into about 7th or 8th. I think this is easily the deepest class that we've had so far yet today. I think just a lot of quality, fundamentally sound, good market animals within this class. Easily the most total number of goats that I think in terms of body and just muscularity check those boxes. I think you can get a little more nitpicky in terms of just just build and structure and some movement things within this class that make it a little bit harder again to piece together perfectly in my mind. But again, this class winner's not perfect, but he wins this one pretty comfortably for me. I think as soon as he comes in, he strikes you as the dense, highly presented one that I think just kind of hits you with the extra presence and quality and first impression to win this class, again, pretty comfortably. He's maybe just a tick more on the just moderate and a little quicker maturing type for me. I think you could square his front toes up and the way they point up front. But I think just in terms of presentation, body shape, freshness, squareness, I think that goat wins again fairly comfortably. It gets a little bit challenging to piece together again from there on back. This goat that comes here in 2 is interesting. I love some parts and pieces to him. Again, body shape, just forerib shape, the way he opens up out of the back of his shoulder and the way he handles there down the top of his skeleton, I think is absolutely dead on, just in terms of a shape and freshness standpoint. You get behind him, that's a big square rump in one, and I like his hind leg and how he goes off of his rear skeleton. To me, I think it's an interesting discussion in terms of quality of movement between these two. He's the prouder headed goat that I think consistently gives you just a little bit better look when they're in their natural state, but he's not built right in terms of his knee and his elbow. I wish he was just a little bit better in terms of just the way he's built right there in his front skeleton, just a little more secure in terms of how he's constructed there. But again, there's some parts and pieces, that one, that are very, very nice. When this goat's at the standstill, I like him. He's tall shouldered, seamless in terms of how he's built down his top line and the way his parts and pieces fit together. I like his bone. I just like his density of foot a good deal when you go to the surface on him. You get on behind him and you get on top of him, you know, he's a little more borderline in terms of being acceptable in terms of body shape. He maybe could be opened up just a nickel in terms of his forerib and heart girth, but I think he's fresh enough. I think he comes with enough shape. To me, I think where you question him is when you get him in motion. Although I think he's better in his knee and more secure in terms of how he's constructed there in his elbow, he just never moves with much pride or arrogance in terms of how he handles his just head carriage and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. I think to me, if that goat just kind of got out and just handled himself with a little more pride and a little more arrogance, I could switch that pair between 2 and 3. But it's the fact he's a little lower headed and maybe not quite as overwhelming in terms of just body shape and handling quality, why he doesn't get over the 1 there in 2. When it comes here in 4, if he's your kind, you can like a lot of things about that one. He is just dense from head to toe. I think just in terms of just bulk and just width and muscularity, he's overwhelming within this class. To me, just not necessarily my speed. I don't love the way he's constructed it or the way he's shaped up in his skull. Reads to be plenty old and plenty mature, a little rounder in terms of his shoulder, a little shorter in terms of his hip. To me, he just reads to be just a little quick, a little compact in terms of his type and kind. I'd debate the pair between him and 5 because the one that comes here in 5 is the opposite. You want a skinny-necked one that's late maturing, comes out here with some extra just arrogance in terms of how he's constructed in his neck and shoulder juncture. I think that goat's awfully good. You got to make a call on him if there's just enough of him in terms of just forerib and body shape. He just gets too closed up, gets a little more nondescript, not quite as fresh in terms of how his muscled shaped at the top side of his skeleton. Nice class there again, though. Nice winner. Put your hands together for him with a round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our fourth and final class of our lightweight division. This will be class 3304 of our Market Goat lightweight division. Placings from our previous class, our third class, class 3303 of the lightweight division, are as such. In 10th place, Emily McGuire. In 9th place, Brody Shreve. In 8th place, Jamie Schaefer. In 7th place, Brexley Herrick. In 6th place, Kinley Shrevogel. In 5th place, Keith Page. In 4th place, Ryder Phipps. In 3rd place, Kinsley Hannell. And in 2nd place, Casey Clark. And for first in class, Dylan Stone. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
again, another good class. I think this top pair kind of separate themselves relatively quickly within this lineup. And I think there's some sort from there on back. But I think within that pair, there's one that just strikes me as just a little bit more ideal in terms of the way he's shaped in his forerib, the way he's designed at the bottom of his chest and breastplate. I think is just a little bit neater. And then you go to the ground. I think his hind leg assembly, the way he's constructed there in terms of his rear foot and pastern, I think is quite a bit better than this one that comes here in two. And again, just an aesthetics thing. I think it's just skull and ear shapes, just a little more ideal as well. One that comes here next, big fresh shape up high. I love that thing in terms of his loin edge, his upper hip and squareness of rump. When you get behind him, I think is very, very good. To me, you back off of him, he reads to be just a little plainer right there in terms of his forerib and gets a little deeper in terms of his breastbone. Me, my big hang-up is just his hind leg assembly. A little extra set to his hock, a little more broken down in terms of his rear foot and pastern there. Again, I think we could change his skull and his ear shape just a little bit. I think from there on back, I think that's kind of where we get some give and take within these goats. I think just the one that comes here in three presents you with just a little more quality, a little more first impression. I think has a little more presence out here. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot and his bone a good deal. But I think in terms of neck set, forerib, back shape, freshness of handle, I think that's where he beats the one that comes here in four. One that comes here in four, good, solid kind of market goat. I think in terms of moderation, body, volume of muscle and product, that goat checks a lot of boxes. You get off the side of him, a little plainer in terms of his neck and shoulder design, a little looser in terms of his hide, just not quite as creasy in terms of how he meets your hands in regards to just shape and expression. The one that comes here in five is interesting. When she gets him put together, I think that thing's got some wild parts in terms of his neck. His shortness of blade is very good. His underline progression is awesome. I think if you just study him from his joints up, that goat is awfully interesting, gives you a really, really neat look. To me, it's his first impression of just being pretty fragile. He's a little just kind of sissy in terms of his jaw and his skull, and his forearm and his bone work and his feet at the ground kind of match accordingly. I think that's kind of where he falls out within this class. Another good lineup there. Again, put your hands together for him.
Now entering the ring for our lightweight divisional drive from classes 3301, we have Casey Kwong and Casey Clark. From class 3302, we have Sienna Rogers and Dylan Wagner. And from class 3303, we have Dylan Stone and Casey Clark. From our previous class, we also have Caitlin Meckelberg and Benjamin Fritzler. Our placings from class 3304, our fourth are as such. In ninth, Dylan Maloof. In eighth, Corbin Jaggers. In seventh, Peyton Thompson. In sixth, Jessime Pacheco. In fifth, Aubrey Sprill. In fourth, Isabel Waters. In third, Cambry Rogers. And again, in second, Benjamin Fritzler. And in first, Caitlin Meckelberg.
What an awfully good first division. If you would put your hands together and congratulate all 8 exhibitors out here. I think a very, very good set. I think a little harder to piece together in some spots I talked about. I think a lot of quality. I think a lot of big-time pieces in a lot of these goats. I think maybe you can get a little more nitpicky in a spot or two in terms of kind of what you're going to give and take in terms of making a lineup out of them. But as we get them back out here, I'm quite comfortable with a pair of them that, in my eye, just kind of need to go a certain way. We'll keep things moving here. A young man out of Class 3 will be your champion. A young lady out of Class 4 will be your reserve.
For your market goat lightweight division, you have for your divisional champion, Dylan Stone, and for your divisional reserve champion, Caitlin Meckelberg. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be our first class of the medium weight division, class 3305 of our market goat medium weight division. For our goat exhibitors, goat buyback will be priced out at $3.05 a pound. Goats will be put to the pen at the south end of the cattle barn after the Weather Doe show, 1.5 hours after the Weather Doe show. Sign up at the livestock office and drop goats off again at the south end of the cattle barn after the Weather Doe show.
interesting class. Take some time on this pair, and again, I think some give and take in them. And honestly, I'm going to break them down. I don't want to sound too negative or too nitpicky on them. I think they do a lot of good, but I think there's some differences in them. And ultimately, there's one I really want to like, and just the longer they're out here, I just question how much just genuine width and just substance and just muscularity that he's got. And so this one that we lead off with, I'm just more comfortable knowing what he is. His chest width, his body shape, the way he comes out of the back of his shoulder and feeds to his loin edge, the way he's shaped in terms of his rump and stifle is substantially better than this one that comes here in 2. I think just in terms of just being more genuine in terms of what he is, that's why this goat wins this class. Now, why it's close, I think the young man gets him put together, and I think he can come together good enough in terms of balance and just symmetry when he's at the standstill. You set that goat in motion. His top line, the way he's built behind his shoulder, I just am not in love with. I think if we could just fix him right there in the way he hooks up behind his blade, I think it's easy to run with him within this class. But ultimately, I decide that's one trait relative to several that we're about to talk about that I get a little more nitpicky on. And so it's just that goat's just genuine forerib back shape, just squareness of rump, loin edge. I think that's where that goat's got a big advantage. Young man comes here in 2, does an outstanding job. I think in terms of showmanship, that young man does an awesome job. The presentation on this goat is just next level good. And again, it gets him put together. And he comes in with a lot of presence because of that. That goat's flexible. He's long-necked. I think that goat comes together in terms of balance and look from the side like I like him. He's quite a bit better than that class winner in terms of how he hooks up behind his shoulder. To me, I think you just question how much true goat is there. They've got his hair long at the base of his forerib, got it pulled down to kind of make him look a little just more woofy in terms of his center body, and you get on top of him, he's just too flat. And when you get your hands on him, he just doesn't have any true just squareness and just expression and just bulk down the top side of his skeleton. You get behind him, gets a little more funneled in terms of his pin set and a little flatter in terms of his stifle. So two-dimensionally, like that go a good deal. He comes in, looks like and is shown like and is presented like he should be a class winner. I just don't think there's near enough goat there to justify using him to win. When it comes here in 3, I think, again, if you could just study him from his joint work up, that goat's very good. He's seamless in terms of how he's pieced together down his top line in regards to his shoulder and to his forerib. His neck sits at the top of his blade. And you talk about one with a big, square, fresh handle in one. He's awfully impressive when you get your hands on him. You study him in his joint work and down to the surface. That's where you get a little more nitpicky of him. He's just a little more forward in terms of his knee, a little extra bend in terms of his hind leg set, gets a little frail in terms of his bone work, and really need to change him in terms of how he's designed in his rear foot and pastern when you study him at the surface. Goat that comes in next, two-dimensionally, I like that one a good deal as well. Tall-shouldered, late-maturing goat that's awfully impressive just in terms of how everything pieces together, gives you an awfully good look. One shot behind him, there's not near enough there in terms of pin width, depth of stifle, cheek shape. That's where he needs to be quite a bit more impressive. And another one, stouting up in terms of his bone work just a little bit. One that comes here next, again, in terms of freshness and hide and hair quality, young lady's done a very good job with this one. Again, at the standstill, I like that goat in terms of how smooth he is. He runs uphill. He's tall-shouldered. You get him on the go, a little extra set to his hind leg, but you get on top of him, just not near enough bulk and shape there. Good class all the way through. Again, if you would, put your hands together for him.
Now entering the ring is our second class of the Market Goat Medium Weight Division, Class 3306. Again, this is our second class of the Market Goat Medium Weight Division, Class 3306. For our previous class, our first class of the Market Goat Medium Weight Division, Class 3305. The placings are as such. Sawyer Weinmeister. In ninth and eighth, Autumn Zuber. In seventh, Kaylee Landini. In sixth, Josie Hunt. In fifth, Emery Chamberlain. In fourth, Jalen Miner. In third, Sienna Rogers. In second was second in class, Cole Spurlock. And for first in class, Gannon True. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
take a little time to piece this one together. I think an interesting class, very, very deep. I think there's 6 of them in here that are exceptionally high quality. I think, most of those probably came here thinking they were going to contend to win their class. And I think it's close in this class. I think you could make the argument that a lot of these could be shuffled around a little bit, and I'm not going to argue with you a whole heck of a lot. I'm not going to sit here and tell you my class winner's perfect. I thought when they came in the gate, he's the one that just hit me with the most presence. He's the one that looked like a class winner to me. I think you got to make a call on him on if he's just bulky enough from front to rear. I think he could be just pried open, made just a little bit bulkier up high all the way through. But I think just in terms of just design, skeletal quality, proportionality, presentation, I think that goat comes in here, kind of demands your attention, just a little more presence. And I think in terms of this class being a little tougher, I resort back to that first impression. Again, stand behind him. I think the big thing is I wish his upper pin set and just the way he's built to his tail was just a little bit wider, a little bit bigger, and a little square. But I think that goat's awfully nice. The one that comes here in second is probably the opposite of that one, a little more moderate in terms of his type and kind, plenty of width in that one, a lot of shape, a lot of muscularity, a lot of handling quality in him. To me, he just reads to be a little plain as you get off the side of him. You set him in motion, wants to get a little more open, a little rounder in terms of his shoulder shape, gets a little off right there in terms of his hip loin, jump muscle transition. And again, I think one that, again, handles awfully good. I just wish he was pieced together a little neater, a little smoother when you backed off the side of him. One that comes here next in 3, I think in terms of moderation, chest width, forearm, center body, that goat's got a class advantage within this set of contemporaries. He's awfully impressive in that regard. He's another one we've talked about, several of them like him today. I think just in terms of moderation, quickness, and maturity, that's what gets him in trouble for me. And to me, I think he's starting to push it in terms of acceptable condition. He's getting just a nickel softer in terms of his touch and his handle today. He's wide, he's square, he's bulky. I wish he was just a little more crisp in terms of his shape. The big thing is he just needs to hook up a little bit better in terms of how he's built to the top of his shoulder into his top line. This goat that comes here next in 4 probably mirrors our class winner from a 2-dimensional standpoint, a little bit better than those 2 that go out ahead of him do. I think you got to make a call on him, the 2. There's just not enough forerib in him. Again, you get behind him, I wish he had just a little more depth of twist. The big thing on that one for me is when we set him in motion, he kind of wants to get a little more forward in his knee, a little awkward in terms of his hind leg set. I think can work up in the middle of his spine just a little bit when those goats are in motion. But I think when he's stopped, he's propped up and put together. That's a neat looking one. I just wish he would opened up a little bit more in terms of his forerib and heart girth. When it comes here next, from his kind of forerib back, I like that goat a good deal. He's opened up in his center body. He's square in his loin edge. He's got a big square rump in him. And again, awfully impressive in terms of his bone and his rear leg assembly. It's up front that gets him in trouble. A little coarser necked, a little more looser hided goat. Gets a little rounder in terms of his shoulder shape. Doesn't hook up quite as neat from his shoulder into his forerib and body cavity, but an awfully nice one from there on back. Again, young man brings us one here in 6. I think deserves some recognition. Again, standing still. He's smooth. He's put together right. You get that goat in motion. I just don't think he moves out of his front skeleton with much pride. Gets a little shorter neck. Just wish that one got out and handled himself in motion a little bit better, but an awfully nice goat. Good depth in that class. My congratulations to him.
Now entering the barn is our third class of our medium weight division, Class 3307. Again, this is our third class of the medium weight division, Class 3307. Of our previous class, Class 3306, the second of the medium weight division, our placings are as such. In 10th, Peyton Thompson. In 9th, Elia Ehring. In 8th, Avery Ewing. In 7th, Khaleesi Reynolds. In 6th, Trent Mock. In 5th, Keith Page. In 4th, Henry Langford. In 3rd, Caitlin Meckelberg. And in 2nd, for our second in class, Aiden Robinson. And our first in class, Bristol Lesky. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
I think there's a pair of them in this class. I think kind of surfaced to the forefront of this one relatively quickly for me, and then there's a discussion from 3 on to about 6 or 7. I think you could shuffle those goats around just a little bit, but up here at the top end, I thought this one kind of came in and demanded your attention, just a little more presence, a little more arrogance in terms of how he handles himself in regards to his skeleton. He's a good-headed one, and I think in terms of neck sets, awfully good. Very nice in terms of his just hip and hind leg assembly. Again, I'm not going to sit here and convince you he's overwhelming in terms of muscle. I think there's some muscle advantages to go on down the lineup, but I think he's wide enough gauged one that, again, I think just in terms of first impression, quality, presence, showmanship, I think he's just the one comes out and hits me and looks like a class winner to me. When it comes here in 2, I think, again, props up awfully nice. That's a long-necked one who's tall-shouldered and awfully good in terms of just being lean and exceptionally hard handling. I think when you get on top of the goats, he could be opened up just a little bit in terms of his upper rib and body. I think the muscle he has is fresh. It's awfully expressive. I just think you could make him just a little bit bulkier, a little more opened up in terms of his center, but that's an awfully nice one as well. Again, from there on back, I think it gets a little bit closer between some. This one that comes here in 3, moderate, opened up, very stout. That's a good skinned, good hided one who handles awfully nice. To me, when you get him in motion, that's where he kind of falls out within this class. He's just a little upright in his shoulder, a little broken behind his blade, and again, not assembled the best in terms of his hock and down into his pastern. But I thought just in terms of body shape and muscularity, handling quality, he needed to work up here towards the top end of this class. Same can be said for the 1 and 4. Again, there's another goat we talked about some so far yet today that if you just could study them from their joints up, that goat's awfully nice. I think his just smoothness, proportionality, his balance for a muscle goat is good enough. And again, very bulky, very stout, especially as you get behind him. You study him at the ground, I think that's where you got some issues. A little more forward in terms of his knee set. To me, it's just his hock, his hind leg assembly, ways built into his foot and rear pastern. I think that throws his balance and first impression off quite a bit to where that kind of where he ends up 4th for me. But when it comes here in 5, I think, again, in terms of foot, bone, rear leg assembly, he probably corrects that one going out ahead of him just a little bit in terms of that regard. You study him in terms of his front 1/3, I think that's where he gets a little plainer, a little deeper in terms of his chest, his sternum, a little rounder at the point of his shoulder. To me, I think you need to make him a little more tidy, a little neater up front in order to move up. From there on back, he's smooth, he's bulky. I like his foot and bone work. He just reads a little bit plain for me. But again, nice class all the way through. They deserve your congratulations.
of our previous class, the placings for class 3307, our third of the medium weight division, placings were in 10th, Maylee Allison. In 9th, Ashlyn Thompson. In 8th, Jesselyn Maloof. In 7th, we have Alyssa Geckler. In 6th, Emery Chamberlain. In 5th, Treston Herrick. In 4th, Jamie Schaefer. In 3rd, Andrew Kessler. And in 2nd, for second in class, Jalen Miner. And for our first in class, Caden Halls. Now in the ring is our 4th class of our medium weight division and our final class, class 3308. Again, this is our 4th and final class of the medium weight division, class 3308.
Very, very good pair of them up here at the top end of this class. I think they're pretty obvious to spot, easy to find, and I think go up pretty quickly. And again, I think you got some sort from there on back. But even within that pair, this one that we lead off with was never not winning in my mind, in particular when that goat's in motion. I think you just set them in their natural state. He's the one that hits you with just a little more arrogance, a little more pride in terms of how he handles his front skeleton. I think he's quite a bit better than this one that comes here in second in terms of the slope of his shoulder, the set to his knee, the reach up front. To me, that ends up being the difference. I think they're both muscular. I think if you made me pick just a muscle advantage, I'd say this one that comes here in second is overwhelming in that regard. But that one that leads off is plenty stout enough for me. And again, probably looks even better in his natural state than he does propped up. I like that one a good deal. One comes here in second. Again, when they're standing still, I like that goat a ton. I think his strength of top line, the way he's constructed in terms of his upper hip, depth of twist, cheek shape, that thing is absolutely dead on in that regard. And again, awfully fresh and bold and just meets your hands with just an incredible amount of shape. To me, and you set him in motion. That's kind of why he runs a logical second for me. Just a little lower headed, a little shorter necked, gets a little more stilty in the way he's built in his shoulder blade and down to his knee. I just wish his length of step up front was quite a bit better. If you did that on that one, he can push that class winner even harder, but that's a very, very good pair. Again, this one that comes here next, I think just in terms of checking the boxes, in terms of forearm, bulk, and just shape and density, that goat's awfully good. You get off the side of him, again, there's times where he just kind of wants to fall apart just a little bit, in particular in motion. I just wish he stayed a little bit neater in terms of his shoulder at times. He kind of hooks his hind leg up underneath of himself. And again, maybe not just genuinely as big and stout in terms of his foot as some, but again, I like that one a good deal just in terms of his center body shape. I just wish his parts and pieces hooked up a little bit neater at times. One that comes here next paints a nice picture from just a two-dimensional standpoint. I like his lateness and maturity, his length and elevation up front, better than the one that goes out ahead of him. To me, there's just not enough there in terms of forerib shape. And you study him back to his upper hip and cheek, that's where he gets plenty disappointing for me, but I think paints a nice picture from the profile. Same can be said for the one here in 5. That one's presented awfully well. She does a nice job. Whoever's got that one fit, my compliments to him. From his hook bones forward, I like that goat. I think he's got enough in terms of his forerib. I think his back shape is just good enough. It's from there on back where he kind of plays out and gets a little more disappointing. I wish that one's upper pin and just stifle and just depth of twist was quite a bit better. But again, that's a very nice one as well. Nice class, nice pair there at the top end. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Now entering the ring for our medium weight divisional drive, we have from class 3305, Gannon True and Cole Spurlock. From class 3306, we have Bristol Lesky and Aiden Robinson. From class 3307, we have Caden Halls and Jalen Miner. And from class 3308, we have Dylan Stone and Sawyer Phipps. In the front row, we will have from 3305, Gannon True. From 3306, Bristol Lesky. From 3307, Caden Halls. And from 3308, Dylan Stone. In our back row, we will have Cole Spurlock, Aiden Robinson, Jalen Miner, and Sawyer Phipps. Again, in the arena is our middleweight drive. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and keep things moving here in this division drive. Again, before we go any further, if you're ringside, put your hands together for all 8 exhibitors out here. I think an awfully good division. Again, I talked about just piecing some of those classes together. You end up with some variety in this division, but I think some quality certainly represented in all 8 of them out here. depending on your type and your flavor, I think you could jumble those around quite a bit. Ultimately, for me, why we're going to keep things moving here, I thought there was just a pair of them that go together. I like them in a particular order quite easily as well. We're going to go ahead and keep these Class 4 pair together. It'll be a champion reserve.
Our results of the medium weight division, we have for our divisional champ, Dylan Stone, and for our divisional reserve champion, Sawyer Phipps. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be our first class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3309. Again, this is our first class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3309. Attention in the barn. There are many buckets left from the Big R giveaway. If you would like, we have quite a few free Big R buckets available outside of the feed barn. Again, courtesy of Big R, we have quite a few Big R buckets that are available for free outside of the feed barn. Thank you. Attention, if you have lost a phone or a wallet in the ladies' restroom recently, please come to the announcer's table. Again, if you've lost a phone or a wallet, please come to the announcer's table.
What an awfully nice pair here at the top end. I think, again, some give and take, and I don't think either one of them are perfect. We can nitpick some things in them, but I think just in terms of quality, presentation, freshness, I think those two kind of separate themselves. And again, there's some give and take between them. Ultimately, I think this class winner from his four-rib back is so overwhelming. I think his center body, his loin edge, his rump, his depth of twist, his cheek shape, his hind leg, I think all those things are quite a bit in his favor over this one that comes here in two. Now, we can nitpick his front end. I wish he was a little longer necked. I wish it sat on the front of his shoulder just a little bit better. And I think when we ask those goats to lead, I think he could move with just a little more arrogance up front. But ultimately, I think there's some things we can pick apart in the skeleton of this second place goat. And so I ultimately think just wash, movement and structure's a wash. And where he's good, he's overwhelmingly good. Again, from his four-rib back, that one's very, very impressive, and I like his hind leg quite a bit better than this one that comes here in two. One that comes here in second, a little longer necked goat that runs uphill, a little bit better. You know, I like his height, the shoulder, better than the one that goes out ahead of him. To me, I think there's enough there in terms of just four-rib and center body shape. You get behind him, he's not quite as overwhelming as that class winner. And when we set him in motion, he just got too much curl to his back leg. Kind of gets just a little more uncoordinated in terms of how he plants off of them and goes. And then, again, I think there's times in terms of his movement up front, although his stride is longer and his neck, just carries a little bit better out of the top of his blade, he still gets just a little more open in terms of his shoulder. And so, I think if that goat was just dead on in terms of structure, you could forgive him for not being quite as overwhelming from behind as that class winner. But again, his hind leg needs to be better for me in order to switch that pair. One that comes here in three, in terms of just structure and skeletal design, that goat is absolutely dead on. He's perfect in terms of his shoulder and his knee. His hind leg is very, very good, and I like the way he's built at the surface, just in terms of foot and bone and pastern length. I think that goat's awfully good in that regard. He's got enough squareness up high in terms of his pin and his rump set, but from there on, I think you've got to question him just a little bit more in terms of his bulk and his density and his shape. To me, I think of those top three, he falls out in terms of just squareness behind his blade and the way he opens up in terms of his four-rib, his heart girth, and his center body. That one needs to come just a little more just bulk in terms of his center in order to get ahead of that pair. But that's an awfully good goat in terms of his skeleton and his design. A little more compact, a little quicker maturing type of goat comes here in four. Again, in terms of moderation and just width and muscularity, that goat's very good. He hits me just a little more plain in terms of his design. Maybe doesn't come to us with some of the extras in terms of how he's built from a profile standpoint. But again, I like that goat fundamentally just in terms of his body type and his muscularity. A little later maturing one rounds off our top five. I wish that goat would just cooperate for the young lady just a little bit better. Harder to get a read of him in terms of his movement. I like his four-rib. Again, you get on back, that's kind of where he plays out. A little more disappointing in terms of his length of hip, his pin width, and just his just cheek and stifle shape. I think that's where he needs to be just a little bit more impressive. Another very, very good class. Can't be complimentary enough. Put your hands together for him.
Now entering the ring is class 3310, our second of the medium heavyweight classes. Again, entering the ring is class 3310, our second of the medium heavyweight division. From our previous class, class 3309, our first of the medium heavyweight division, we have our placings. In 10th, Colton Jerez. In 9th, Alea Eric. In 8th, Andrew Kessler. In seventh, Whitney Schweitzer. In sixth, Lauren Clark. In fifth, Hadley Powell. In fourth, Mason Hodgson. In third, Peyton Gould. In second, for our second in class, we have Dylan Stone. And for our first in class, we have Tenley Becker. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Attention, there are 50 minutes left for any weight declarations for our market beef animals. 50 minutes left to declare weights for our market beef animals. That is at the table next to the livestock office. Thank you.
I think a very logical class winner here in this particular set. I think some discussion from there on the back. Really, this class has some depth to it, just very solid, fundamental type goats. But I think up here at the top end, I think just in terms of shape and freshness, presentation. I think this is the one that I think sticks out relatively easily within this class. Now, I'd like to nitpick his structure just a little bit. I think he could be just a little bit freer moving off of both ends. He gets just a little more rigid, a little heavy chinned, a little low headed. You know, to me, I think that one could be changed just a nickel in terms of movement. But again, body shape, squareness of back, impressiveness from behind. I think that goat wins this pretty comfortably. The one that comes here next, again, fundamental. I think chest width, forearm, body shape, I think is good in that one. To me, I think relative to that class winner, doesn't handle quite as just crisp and bold at the top side of his skeleton, and then get off to the side of him. I mean, I think he's one we could nitpick in terms of balance just ever so slightly, a little rounder at the base of his shoulder, maybe not just naturally as good in terms of his underlying progression, but I think an awfully nice goat that's pieced together up front, still just a little bit better than this red-shouldered one. The caped one that comes here in 3, again, awfully impressive at the surface. I like that one's bone. Density of rear leg is good, and another one I think just in terms of shape, muscularity, I think that goat's impressive. Again, he just needs to hook up better up front. His shoulder into his forerib and just top line isn't quite neat enough, and I think that kind of hinders his first impression just a little bit. Really, really shapely, muscled one is the one that comes here in 4. I think just in terms of skin quality, shape, and expression, that goat's awfully impressive. He comes in, you know, he's one that I think just gets a little crude in terms of how he's built, a little just kind of nastier skulled weather that gets too rigid in terms of his structure. I think that's one that needs to be freed up quite a bit in terms of his movement in order to move up any higher than this class. And 2, I don't know if his bone and foot and just rear leg stoutness kind of matches his muscularity. So an interesting one to study. I think you could just nitpick him just a little bit in terms of skeleton. One that comes here next is one I like a good deal in terms of movement. I think he's got an advantage over the one that heads out of him, and just in terms of just slope of shoulder, hind leg assembly, just being more practical in terms of his structural design. I think he's awfully good there. In regards to market fundamentals, I think of this top 5, he's easily the fattest one. That's the most nondescript and most disappointing in terms of his shape. And I think we can make that one a little more expressive up top. He could go up quite a few more spots. Good class again. My congratulations to him.
Now in the ring will be from our medium heavyweight division, our 3rd class, class 3311. Again, this is our 3rd class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3311. Of our previous class, the 2nd class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3310, the placings are as such. In 10th place, Leon Engelman. In 9th place, Bailey Johnson. In 8th place, Ella Koch. In 7th place, Cord Peterson. In 6th place, Avery Ewing. In 5th place, Kinley Shrevevogel. In 4th place, Jamie Schaefer. In 3rd place, Aerith Carrasco. In second place with second in class, we have Addison Hodgson. And for our first in class, we have Sienna Donaldson. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Another good class. Again, I think a pair of them up here at the top end that come to the forefront of this one pretty quickly for me, even though they're a little bit different from one another. And then I think some very, very good goats on down the lineup. I think this class arguably as deep as any, just in terms of goats that handle good, have been fed right or fresh enough. To me, I think there's just ends up being quite a bit of difference in terms of just build quality, design. I think that ends up being a lot of the sort within this class. I think up here at the top end, there's two goats that are fresh, that handle good. To me, there's one of them that's quite a bit just denser and more bulky. And then there's one I think just comes together just quite a bit more look and just smoothness of design and lateness of maturity. And that's why I like this one to go ahead and lead off. I think just his length of neck, his thinness of neck, the way it hooks up in his shoulder, I think is quite a bit better. And again, I think just a little bit better in terms of his movement, length of stride. I think what helps that is he's quite a bit longer in terms of his hip and quite a bit better just in terms of his hind leg set. Now, again, he's not just as overly wide and opened up as this one that comes here in two, but I think he's got enough. Honestly, my biggest nitpick on that goat is he's probably just a little too small-footed. I think if you could stouten him up at the ground, I think it gets even easier to run with him within this class. One that comes here next, incredibly opened up, big-chested, big forearm, big forerib in that one, and again, awfully impressive just in terms of handling quality and squareness of back, impressiveness from behind. I can't be complimentary enough of that one from a muscularity standpoint. He's just not my speed. A little short, a little quick, again, just a little more jammed up off of both ends of his skeleton. That one needs to come to us a little more length. One that comes here next, I could make the argument it's just a little longer bodied, a little taller shouldered, probably a little later maturing type of goat. I think with that, though, probably not near as impressive just in terms of topside shape as the one that, or the pair of them that go out ahead of him. And another one, I think you could stouten up just a nickel in terms of rear foot size. But again, I think that goat's awfully smooth in the way he's put together. I appreciate him from a skeletal build standpoint. To me, he's just a little more underwhelming in terms of when you get your hands on him. One that comes here next, I like that one at the standstill. Young man does an awfully nice job of getting him put together. Presented that goat very, very well from a showmanship standpoint, and he's fit and fed to a T. I think just in terms of skin, hair, freshness, handling quality, the way he's presented, again, is very good. He's just, again, not my kind. I think he just hits you as just a little plain in terms of how he's built off of both ends of his skeleton. You set him in motion, little rounder built off of both ends, in particular up front. He's just kind of a short, wrinkled up, in terms of his neck, little rounder in terms of his shoulder. He just needs to come out here with a little more presence when those goats are in motion. When it comes here next, awfully good from a two-dimensional standpoint. I think this goat deserved to kind of keep working up in terms of skeletal movement, design. I think from just a profile sense, that goat's awfully nice. I think of the top five, arguably the top 7 or 8, he's probably the flattest ribbed one that just needs to be squared up on the front side of his hip and made a little more impressive from a loin edge standpoint. But again, I like that goat's build and structural integrity a little bit better than the ones come on down the lineup there. Again, can't be complimentary enough of the depth there. If you would put your hands together for him. Nice.
Of our previous class, our third class of the medium heavyweight division for our market goats class 3311, our placings are as such. In 10th place, Tegan Gales. In 9th place, Taylor Clark. In 8th place, Landrick Hansen. In 7th place, Cami Krigo. In 6th place, Riley Berry. In 5th place, Cambry Rogers. In 4th place, Dylan Wagner. In 3rd place, Kinsley Hannell. In second place was second in class, Hadley Powell. And for first in class, Blake Boschel. Now entering the ring is our fourth and final class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3312. Again, this is our fourth and final class of the medium heavyweight division, class 3312. For our beef exhibitors, there are only 30 minutes remaining to turn in weight card declarations. Again, there will be only 30 minutes remaining to turn in weight card declarations in front of the livestock office. Entries close at 12 p.m. promptly.
This class is tough to piece together. Again, a lot of differences here, and I think there's one up here at the top end that I think part of what makes it tough is he's a very logical winner. I think he's easy to find within this class. My struggle is even though I know that goat is very good, I've yet to get a very good look of him, and so it's one of those deals where I know he's very nice. I know he wins his class easily. Anxious to get him back in the division drive. Just kind of hard to get a look of him. But I think just in terms of presence and skeletal design and balance, and yet I think relative to this one that comes here in second, it's quite a bit better in terms of his shape and his handle, his width and muscularity as well. A very nice goat. Just wish he'd cooperate a little bit better. Again, from there on back, gets a little more challenging. I think this goat comes next, just the next best bodied one that comes to us with some natural width and some just volume of dimension. I will say, I don't know if his muscle has got, just the best tone and texture to it. I wish he was just a little more crisp when you get your hands on him. But I thought just in terms of body type, having some openness of foreribs, some width when you stand behind him, I think he's just the next best one within this class. Relative to that winner, not as neat in terms of his chest and his brisket, not quite as neat in terms of his shape and his handle either. One that comes here next, I think is close. I think in terms of just rump squareness and width up high when you stand behind him, this goat's nice. To me, he just gets a little too tight, a little too restricted in terms of his forerib and his heart girth. I think that one needs to be opened up behind his shoulder quite a bit to allow him to just kind of feed out of the back of his blade, which is a little more dimension. The doe that comes here next probably corrects that one in that regard. I think she's quite a bit more just naturally opened up in terms of her center, and I think opens up with just a little bit better shape up high. She's just a little piecey in terms of how she's pieced together. I think it's a little more open in her shoulder, a little broken, a little more deviation in terms of her top line, and I think one that needs to be squared up in terms of her loin edge just a little bit. But in terms of skin quality and just handle right behind that one's shoulder, that one's very nice. This goat that comes here in 5 is interesting, big-footed one. I like that one in terms of his density of rear leg. She does a good job of getting that one to drive up and giving you kind of a tall-shouldered, long-necked look. To me, that one just gets too closed up when you stand behind him. His upper hip, his twist, his stifle shape needs to be just a little bit more impressive. Nice class there. Interesting winner there at the top end.
If we could, a round of applause for our exhibitors now exiting the ring. Of our previous class, the 4th and final class of our medium heavyweight division, Market Goats, class 3312. Our placings are as such. In 10th place, Ashlyn Thompson. In 9th place, Cord Peterson. In 8th place, Jalen Viner. In 7th place, Bailey Singleton. In 6th place, Luke Spurlock. In 5th place, Hayden Gales. In 4th place, Josie Hunt. In 3rd place, Kaylee Landini. In second place was second in class, Casey Kong. And for first in class, we have Tenley Becker. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Now entering the ring is our medium heavyweight drive. Of that, in our first row, closest to the audience, will be Tenley Becker from Class 3309. From Class 3310, Sienna Donaldson. From Class 3311, Blake Bochelle. And from Class 3312, also from Tenley Becker. In our second row, we have from Class 3309, Dylan Stone. From Class 3310, Addison Hodgson. From Class 3311, Hadley Powell. And from Class 3312, Casey Kwong. This is your medium heavyweight divisional drive.
take a little more time to piece this division together. Exceptionally high quality. I think all 8 of them certainly have a place out here. And all of these goats do something extremely well. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but there's some big-time pieces in these goats. And, again, a lot of give and take and a back and forth in terms of what little tweaks you're going to find a little bit more acceptable than the other ones. But I think there's 8 of them out here that are very, very good. I think it comes down to 3 of them. There's some give and take in those 3. Again, walk them around just a little bit more and just kind of see which ones hit me. Again, we talked about it. It's just tough to put them together and have them all look the same. But I think all of them are very, very good. So we're going to go ahead and keep things rolling here. But I think all 8 of them deserve your round of applause. Ultimately, there's one that hits me with just some extras in terms of just what he brings to the table. I think he's the outlier within this lineup. Not perfect, but yet again, I don't think any of them are. And then again, gets a little bit closer for reserve. Ultimately, there's one that just hits me a little bit better in terms of his rear leg. So again, my congratulations to all of them. Young lady out of Class 1 is going to be your champion. Young man out of Class 4 will be your reserve. Put your hands together for him.
For your medium heavyweight divisional drive, your reserve divisional champion comes to us from Class 3312, Tenley Becker. And your divisional champion comes to us from Class 3309, Tenley Decker as well. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Now entering the ring is our first class of our heavyweight market goat division, class 3313. Again, this is our first class of our heavyweight market goat division, class 3313.
a very nice class here. Again, some quality depth here, a lot of big-time pieces once again. I think kind of a class where we kind of start working into some to maybe come to us with a few more maturity issues. But to me, I think some quality livestock all the way through. Ultimately, I think of this top pair, there's one that's just a little bit fresher when you get your hands on him, just a little bit more tidy in terms of his skin and his hair, just a little better in terms of his touch. To me, that's where that goat goes ahead and wins. I think when we put him on the park, I think that one's got just a little more elevation up front, maybe just a little more length of neck, and maybe just a little more length of body. I wish you could crank his tail set up just a little bit, maybe take some of the extra set out of his hock, but I think that's a flexible enough goat who still keeps it relatively in check, and I think just in terms of freshness and handle and skin quality, he's got a pretty distinct advantage. The goat that comes here in second's interesting. Honestly, I like that goat in motion better than I do when he's at the standstill. I think he can look just a nickel planer at times when he's on the park, maybe just a little more wrinkled up in terms of his skin, maybe not quite as fresh in terms of the way he handles right out of the back of his shoulder. But you set that goat in motion. He's up-headed, he's flat-backed, he's good in terms of his skeletal angles from hooks to pins down in terms to his hock. I like that about him. Where he beats the 1 and 4 for me, 3 for me, he's just quite a bit better in terms of how he hooks up from his shoulder into the rest of his body cavity. I think he's quite a bit neater in that regard than the one that comes here in 3. Goat that comes here in 3, my compliments to the young man. He gets him shown well. He's presented well. I think just in terms of presentation and freshness, that goat is very, very good and can make a contention to be in contention to win this class. To me, there's just one glaring and obvious thing for me is he's just too harsh in terms of his forerib and his heart girth. Just doesn't hook up quite neat enough right there behind his shoulder. He's got some exotic pieces in terms of height of shoulder, length of neck, just the amount of daylight underneath of that goat. He gives you a cool look. And again, awfully impressive from behind in terms of his squareness of rump up high. You get out of him, though. He's just too piecey down his top line, too restricted in terms of his forerib. That's where I like the black-headed one that comes here in 4. He's quite a bit better in that regard. He naturally opens up just a little bit bolder right behind his shoulder, got a little more true squareness and width up high. Although my criticism of him is he's quite a bit fatter, I think quite a bit softer, and I think of the top 4 or 5, he's easily probably the most stale in terms of his condition. But I like that goat in terms of his forerib, his squareness of rump, his flexibility, his hind leg is very, very good. Wish he was just a little fresher, a little leaner today. One that comes here next, two-dimensionally, I like, again, a long body, tall shoulder, late maturing kind of weather, who I think props up and gives you a nice look from the side. One time at a rear 3/4, I think that's where he gets in a little more trouble. A little narrow-chested, a little more skinny in terms of his forearm and his forerib. To me, we just need to give that one a little more bulk up front. But again, another nice class there. My compliments to him.
Now entering the ring is our second class for our heavyweight market goat division, class 3314. Again, this is our second class of our heavyweight market goat division, class 3314. Our previous class, the first of our heavyweight division, class 3313, placed as such. In 10th, Addison Graves. In 9th, Avery Ewing. In 8th, Briley Wellborn. In seventh, Caitlin Meckelberg. In sixth, Taylor Garner. In fifth, Jolie Walker. In fourth, Hadley Powell. In third, Dalton Demers. And for our second in class, Addison Hodgson. And for our first in class, Cami Kriego. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
a very nice class and a real high-end one here on the top end of this class. I think wins pretty comfortably. As soon as he comes in the gate, you talk about just head carriage and arrogance and structural integrity. That one is dead on in terms of how he handles both ends of his skeleton. And again, I think comes to us with just enough in terms of forerib and back shape and freshness. He's awfully good on the front side of his hip in terms of just the squareness and the freshness of his loin edge. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and convince you that he's just overwhelming in terms of just horsepower from behind, but I think there's enough muscle in that goat within this set of contemporaries. And again, just in terms of build and design and the way they hit you in their natural state, I think he wins and wins so going away within this class. I think you got big parts and pieces after that. I think some goats that kind of hit you with some outlier type pieces, like this one that comes here in second. I think just his foot and his bone, his density of rear leg is good. And when you get on top of him, I think his squareness of loin edge, his upper hip, I think that's where he's awfully impressive. Where he can't warm up, that class winner, is the way he's designed in the front 1/3 of his body. You get out of that goat, he gets just a little bit deeper in terms of his sternum, a little more ordinary in terms of how he opens up in his forerib. I think of that top trio, he probably ranks third just in terms of squareness right behind his blade and the way he handles right there at the top side of his skeleton. But from there on back, I like that one a good deal just in terms of loin edge, rump, hind leg density, foot, bone, all those things are very good in that one. Big muscled goat comes here in 3. Again, in terms of moderation, body, just width at the ground, I think that one's awfully impressive. Again, very fresh and got a good skin, good hair coat in him. To me, I think you back off of him, he just kind of strikes you as the more moderate, jammed up type of goat who I think needs to be tweaked the most in regards to his skeleton. To me, I think he's one that just gets just a little more upright up front, a little more uncoordinated, or just kind of wants to stab him in the ground in terms of how he goes off of his rear too. But again, that's a big rib cage and a big square back in one. I like a good deal in that regard. Goat that comes here in 4, little taller shouldered, later maturing type of weather, who I think if you never moved them, I think you could make the case to go up another spot within this class. One time you get on top of him or get at a rear 3/4, I think that's where he gets just a little plain for me. A little flatter in terms of his rib cage, a little more nondescript in terms of his shape, and then you get him in motion. He wants to drop his chest and sternum, get a little longer in terms of his blade length, and one that's probably got just a little too much set to his rear leg and could be squared up just a nickel. One that comes here that rounds off our top 5, I think just in terms of freshness of hide, skin, touch, I think that goat works up to the top end of this class just based on that alone. You back off the side of him, he's just a little bit plainer in terms of the way he's designed in the front 1/3 of his body, gets a little deeper in terms of his sternum, and then another one, I think you go to the ground. He could be stoutened up in terms of his bone, redesigned in terms of his rear leg just a little bit, but I like that one a good deal just in terms of his skin and his handle quality. A lot of depth here. Again, my congratulations to that set of exhibitors.
Now in the ring is our third and final class of our heavyweight market goat division, Class 33-15. Again, this is our third and final class of our heavyweight market goat division, Class 33-15. Of our previous class, Class 33-14, our second of the heavyweight division, our placings are as such. In 10th place, Tate Lark. In 9th place, Maddie Fuller. In 8th place, Dalton Demers. In 7th place, Kason Candelaria. In 6th place, Quincy McCoy. In 5th place, Cami Kriego. In 4th place, Jocelyn Hubbard. In 3rd place, Kaylee Landini. And in second in class, we have Henry Langford. And in first in class, we have Trent Mock. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Nice way to round off things here, and a very nice pair here in your last class, and I think are pretty easy to find within this particular set. And again, I think there's some give and take in them, but ultimately this class winner is just quite a bit better in terms of his forerib and the way he opens up behind his shoulder with some extra just squareness of back, freshness of shape, and just leanness and cutability. That's where I like him to go ahead and beat this one that comes here in two. Again, he could hook up better behind his shoulder. I'm not going to sit here and convince you he's perfect in that regard. He could have a little more strength right behind his blade. He's got just a little extra set to his hind leg. But at the standstill, that's a tall-shouldered one. That's awfully, awfully big and robust in terms of his center. Very, very fresh in terms of his shape. One that comes here next, again, my compliments to this young man. Showmanship, presentation, fitting, skin, hair. He's had him dialed in all day today. My compliments to him. He brings us a goat here that I think paints a very nice picture two-dimensionally. I think as we start talking about getting them bigger and heavier at this weight and maturity, I just don't know if there's just enough stuff there in that one. I think he needs to be opened up behind his shoulder. It gets a little disappointing in terms of the way he's built in his center rib cage, and just needs to be better in terms of his heart girth. I think of the top 4 or 5, that's arguably the softest handling goat as well. So if we could trim him up, make him a little bolder right there in terms of his forerib, that pair gets even closer yet. Because in terms of presentation, showmanship, he does a very nice job. That goat's got a very strong first impression. One that comes here in 3, again, just in terms of practicality, I like that goat. He's moderate, he's wide, he's stout. He's quite a bit better than the one that goes out ahead of him just in terms of having some natural forerib and heart girth. That one's got a big spread up high because of it. You back off the side of him, he's just a little more compact, a little short, quick in terms of his kind of wants to open up in his blade when he gets out on the go. But I like his hind leg better than the one that comes here in 4. One that comes here in 4 has got some big pieces. You want a stout rear leg and a square rear foot. That one is awfully impressive in that regard. And again, just get on top of him. He's got a ditch running down his back, and he's got a big square rump in him. You back off the side of him, he's a little short and jammed up off of both ends. Gets way too straight in terms of how he's assembled from hooks to pins down into his hock and to the surface. That's kind of where we need to change him. But there's some big pieces in that go that I can really appreciate. We round off the top 5 with one that is awfully impressive two-dimensionally. I think just in terms of height, the shoulder, length of neck, lateness, maturity, he's very, very good. He just gets too flat and too narrow for one this size and this weight. If you would, put your hands together for him. Awfully an impressive class.
Of our previous class, the 3rd and final class of our heavyweight market goat division, class 3315. Our placings are as such. In 10th place, Whitney Clark. In 9th place, Ashlyn Thompson. In 8th place, Adeline Spinuzzi. In 7th place, AC Weber. In 6th place, we have Jalen Miner. In 5th place, we have Khaleesi Reynolds. In 4th place, we have Liam England. In 3rd place, we have Caitlin Meckelberg. In 2nd in class, we have Cole Spurlock. And for our 1st in class, we have Sawyer Phipps. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Now in the ring is for our heavyweight market goat divisional drive. In your front row, from class 3313, we have Cami Kriego. From class 3314, Trent Mock. From class 3315, Sawyer Phipps. In our back row, from class 3313, we have Addison Hudson. From class 3314, Henry Langford. And from class 3315, we have Cole Spurlock. Again, this is our heavyweight market goat divisional drive.
Again, we'll keep things moving here within this heavy division. Just 3 classes here, 6 individuals I think are very nice. They deserve your round of applause. If you would put your hands together, make some noise for them before we get you a couple out of here. Yeah, again, get some goats in this division that got a little heavier, a little more mature as you'd expect. Obviously, I think that became just a little bit bigger sort within this division, but very happy with the ones that we end up with out here. To me, there's just one that I think wins this division pretty comfortably, and then I think there's a logical second for me. I'm anxious to get these back in the drive here in just a little bit and compare some ones from earlier this morning, but very, very nice division. I think the young man out of Class 2 is your easy winner for me out of here. Young lady out of Class 3 will be a reserve.
For your heavyweight market goat divisional drive, your reserve divisional champion is Sawyer Phipps, and your divisional champion is Trent Mock. Congratulations to our exhibitors. As a reminder, our grand drive will be at 12:50, 30 minutes following the conclusion of our heavyweight drive. Again, our grand drive will start promptly at 12:50. Thank you. Attention, we will be starting our Market Goat Grand Drive in 5 minutes promptly. Again, we will be starting in 5 minutes promptly. Attention, our grand drive will start in 2 minutes. Again, in 2 minutes. Excuse me, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, our Market Goat Grand Drive. Coming to us first will be our reserve divisional champions from our lightweight, medium weight, medium heavyweight, and our heavyweight. First, from Eckley, Colorado, Caitlin Meckelberg. Representing our lightweight division. Representing our medium weight division, we have from Haxton, Colorado, Sawyer Phipps. Representing our medium heavyweight, we have from Holyoke, Colorado, Tenley Becker. And representing our heavyweight division from Haxton, Colorado, Sawyer Phipps. Next out will be our divisional champions. Representing our lightweight division, we have from Eaton, Colorado, Dylan Stone. Representing our medium weight, we have from Eaton, Colorado, Dylan Stone. Representing our medium heavyweight, we have from Holyoke, Colorado, Tenley Becker. And representing our heavyweight, we have from Franktown, Colorado, Trent Mock. Ladies and gentlemen, your Market Goat Grand Drive.
I'll be honest, haven't judged a show in a while where I thought the Grand Drive was this close. Normally pretty convicted once things wrap up in terms of way things are going to go, as long as they come back out and kind of look like I remember them. But as we went to get lunch, and I was just thinking, there's a couple of these I'm anxious to see back out here and see how they shake up, because this show's been very, very good, and I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity to do it. Very thankful for the opportunity to do it. And, I'm sure I sound like a broken record today just in terms of saying that there's been quality animals in every class, a lot of depth in every class, and again, just a lot of bits and pieces to every one of them that you really, really like. And so this Grand Drive comes back out here, and I'm very happy with it. I think it's very high quality, but I'll be the first one to tell you that maybe two of them look the same, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But I think they represent quality and do so to a very, very high degree, and so I was anxious to get them back out here. So before we dive into to what those goats are and which ones kind of suit me, again, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's always fun to come to Colorado. You can't go many places and find people or agriculture that's better than what you can find in the state of Colorado. So always enjoy getting to be here and to be around the folks. And obviously it's fun to get to evaluate the livestock, but the people you get to interact with out of the ring are maybe some of the my favorite things about coming to this state. And got some very good friends in this state. Again, just can't be complimentary enough of the people or what agriculture means here. So it's been an absolute pleasure. And so, obviously we've got a big crowd ringside here. There's obviously a lot of people here in official capacity in blue shirts that support this state fair and mean a lot in terms of the management of this state fair. And I think it's cool that they come here to look at the 8 goats that represent the end of the day that we're going to get to pick champions from. Because what I would tell them is, obviously, from my perspective, I think the goats are very good. But why this state fair needs your support and why it's important that I think all of you are here are because of the 8 people on the front of them. And so I think everybody here that's got a vested interest in these goats, I think, should be thankful that all the folks here around ringside in blue shirts are here. My message to the folks in the blue shirt would be thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to consume this Grand Drive. And I would encourage all of you to get to know the kids on the front side of these goats because I think they should truly represent the quality of people and the quality of agriculture that you find here. And so before we go any further and digging down into the goats, again, I can't be complimentary to everybody on the front side of these animals, everybody that's on the back side of them in terms of getting them ready, getting them bred, all of those things. I think it's been an exceptional show, and I can't be complimentary enough. So if you would, before we go any further, give all these kids a nice round of applause. Again, think about the opportunity that I have here. Thankful just keeps coming to mind. But, from a judge's perspective, and the older I get and the more of these I'm blessed to get to do, it gets harder to leave home and, kind of leave everybody with your responsibilities. And sometimes you kind of get bogged down into, is it really worth taking that judging job to be gone, in the middle of breeding season or, in the middle of lambing season or whatever it may be. There's always stuff to get done at home. And so, thankful to people that allow me to get to come do this. But the older I get, the more I realize that a lot of my enjoyment from coming to these shows has to do with how you're treated when you're here. Obviously, the livestock anymore are good, no matter what species you want to judge, no matter where you want to go. It's done better at the high level everywhere you go now than, better than it's ever been done. So a lot of my enjoyment coming from these shows is kind of how what your experience is like once you're here. And it's hard to beat, the experience that you have from a judge's perspective here at the Colorado State Fair. And, a lot of that, obviously, Robin, her crew, everybody in the blue shirts are on ringside. But obviously, I think the politician in the room would be Marlon. And, he obviously means a lot to this state. I think means a lot to the people here in this state. I just tell you from a judge's perspective, if Marlon called me and asked me to judge a show on the surface of the sun, I'd probably do it. So, again, thankful just for that type of hospitality, that type of friendship, and again, makes this very, very enjoyable from my perspective. So, as we get back out here and talk about the goats, there's a pair of them that I remember that kind of stuck with me through the course of the day. And again, not to sound like a broken record, they're two a little bit different. I think they complement each other, just in terms of where you'd like to maybe tweak one's good. Where you'd like to tweak the other one's better. And so, again, gets tough, in terms of where I want to go within that pair. There's a lineup of them after that, though, that I think, in my mind, I could shuffle them around about 12 different ways, and I would be fine with it. But there's a pair of them that I like a good deal, and honestly, as I mentioned, I normally have my mind made up before the Grand Drive starts, and I wanted to see how they came out here and how they hit me. So if you would, put your hands together one last time, congratulate this set of people. Young people, congratulations to everybody that makes this state fair run. Been a pleasure to be part of it. I'll go out and take one more look and show you the order in which I like these. But again, can't be complimentary enough of this state, the agriculture here, the people here, and the young people here on the front side of these goats. One last time, congratulations to all these kids.
Your grand champion, Market Goat, coming to you from Franktown, Colorado, is exhibited by Trent Mock. Your reserve grand, coming to you from Eaton, Colorado, exhibited by Dylan Stone. Your third overall Market Goat comes to you from Eaton, Colorado with Dylan Stone. Your fourth overall Market Goat comes to us from Haxton, Colorado with Sawyer Phipps. And your fifth overall from Holyoke, Colorado, Tenley Becker. For our grand champion Market Goat, they will be presented a buckle by Blue Ribbon Processing, a trophy by the Colorado State Fair Board or Fair Authority, a traveling trophy by the CSU Animal Sciences Department, specifically Dr. Keith Belk, and a banner from the Colorado State Fair Authority as well. Our reserve grand champion Market Goat will be receiving a buckle by Blue Ribbon Processing, a trophy by the Colorado State Fair Board of Authority, a banner also by the Colorado State Fair Board of Authority. Our third overall will be receiving a banner by SureChamp and Durafirm. Our fourth overall as well will receive a banner by SureChamp and Durafirm. And our fifth will receive a banner from SureChamp and Durafirm. As our exhibitors leave, we would like to recognize a few people. First being the Colorado State Fair Board of Commissioners. Those with us today include Nicole Weathers, Darius Allen, Tom Downey, Kayleen Hale, Tom Kim and his wife, Greg Colometz, and Aaron Mikowski. Thank you to our Colorado State Fair Board of Commissioners for making all of this possible and your hard work throughout the year. As we finish the show, we would also like to recognize our superintendents, Wayne Miller and Leslie Hawley. Our webcast with Laddie and Landy Treehall with ringsidelive.com. Our photography with Beverly Englert at beverlyenglert.com, as well as her photographers, Katie Pieper and Brittany Randall. Our judge, again, was Barrett Carlisle from Leavenworth, Kansas. Thank you, and we will see you back here at 2 p.m. promptly for the Weather Doe show. That was our Market Goat Grand Drive. Thank you again.